All right. Check. Hey everyone, Lazy Ben. So today we're just going to continue working on going through combat, pathfinding, behavior trees, making all that work together really nicely. Adding features here and there when we come across things. Debugging. See how far we get with it. Handle pathfinding of NPCs in different rooms of the player. That's the last thing we got to do this week. We'll see if we get there. We might just want to leave that as the default. How it is now, which is a full pathfind. We'll see. We'll see. Alright. So we have this idea now. There's a bug that we were tackling yesterday. Which is when we fail this. If we fail it because we can't find a target. So this will happen if this fails. Or is cancelled. If this execute combat attack state change. Now this will execute a finished, which will return success to the node. What we actually want to do is execute a finished that returns, that means that this will get failed instead. But only if it fails to find a valid target, or is valid returns false. So what we need to do essentially here then is we need to actually extend the ready state stuff. So when we push a ready state, if it's not valid, we want to do e.cancel, and then we want a cancel reason. So enum class e make ready cancel reason unknown, and then failed to find target. Which one? A reason unknown. When we do cancel, we want make ready cancel reason unknown, like that. Actor ID reason data. Like this. So when we call cancel here, we just want to go is valid. Okay, so this I think what we need is another one. Invalid, like that. So we do state.isValid. So this needs to return why it was invalid. So maybe calling a cancel reason is not the way to do this. So I'm going to call this emake ready result reason. Success invalid. Failed to find target. Okay. So wherever we push the ready state events, where was it? This is valid here, right? Needs to actually, well, all of these is valids. Needs to return something else. It needs to return E ready state quad static state valid. So we'll call it that. That's probably the best thing to call it. Ready state valid result. Ready state valid result. This is the valid result. Maybe it should be a cancel though. Ready state cancel reason. Just invalid, failed to find target. And then struct ready state valid result. Standard optional ready state cancel reason, and then operator bool turn reason that has value, return not reason has value. So this is cancel reason. And then ready state cancel reason, cancel reason. Return cancel reason. Value or unknown. So if we do something like that, maybe. Do that type of thing. Maybe make it explicit. Stop compiling. So it is valid now. This is just ready state valid result. So we might just do something like static ready state valid result success. Just does that. And then static ready state valid result fail or cancel reason. Do that type of thing. Okay, so when all these is valids, ready state valid result success. return ready state valid result fail, cancel, invalid. We're just giving a bit more context to why these things are not valid. We're just going to go, if slot is ready to use, technically we don't have to do this cancel, we could just pass the reason it's invalid. But we'll get there. Let's refresh this chat box. It's from yesterday. So this doesn't actually need to be there. If it just returns true, it's always valid. It's the same. Invalid. Okay. Let's see if this builds. Not quite. So it doesn't know about a ready state valid result. Ooh. Okay, that can be up here then. What I actually might do is have using ready state valid. It's just ready state valid result success like this. Or even just this. And then all these Visual Studio was fast. Return ready state valid like that, and then these return ready state invalid. Or I might do I think that'll be fine. Okay, so we need the wherever the concept is about having an invalid ready state. It's probably in-game events. There you go, yeah. Ready state valid result. So that's basically it now. And then when we push the ready state event, ready state valid result. And then the cancel can have valid.cancel region. Basically like this. So in the ready state events, when we are doing the NPC combat attack state change here, we can actually return a different reason. Fail to find target there. Then we could just add more reasons in when we need them as we progress. So we pass cancel, which just make ready cancel. So we've got response cancel. Okay, so there's a list of reasons. Actually, say if there is response, we call make ready execute end and execute cancel. Looks like we might need, unfortunately, an array of cancel reasons. And that's what we're going to need to do. We could really just have one cancel reason. We could have ready state cancel reason. Cancel reason. Which is state cancel region is e dot reason. Either do that, or we want to append. We want an array of reasons, because anyone can cancel it, and multiple things can cancel it, and they can all supply their own reason for cancelling it. Whereas if we do this, it just keeps the last time it was cancelled. The last reason it was cancelled. So it's like report last error or something for Windows. We'll go with this until there's a problem. I just don't really want to allocate anything. Don't want an array really. So the reason comes after actor ID. We might do it here as well. It's going to be fine for right now. This is cancel reason. All right, so in the behavior types now, wherever that is, where we are attacking, let's see if we can get the cancel reasons. If we come across a situation where we need to determine, we have to look through a list of reasons why it was cancelled, we can change it to be an array and we can store all the reasons rather than the last one. Okay, so let's just run this and see if we get, when we actually end up cancelling eventually a combat attack for any reason, we can get the reason why it was cancelled. There you go, got one cancelled there. It says reason unknown. So someone else cancelled it. So I think what we might explicitly test for is we're gonna go if e.reason e ready state cancel reason failed to find target. Debug there. We'll break there, sorry. You might return unknown because that's just the default cancel reason. So when he gets up into the corner, he starts having problems attacking. Here we go. So now we failed to find target. So the reason we cancelled this is because we failed to find the target. That's good. So if we fail to find a target, we need to actually fail the fail this behavior state. If behavior state is not equal to running, just return straight away. Now, I'm going to fail it there. So I don't know whether we still need to push a finished event. As well. We might need to push a finished event and say we've finished with fail though. We'll see. Let's try and get him up into this corner. Okay, so we've got him stuck there. This is what I want to try and avoid. He's stuck. Interesting there, he's not actually failing to find the target. So now I'm going to just log that we failed. I thought the reason why he was looping there is because he couldn't find a target. Obviously not. Couldn't find a place to walk to, so he was getting stuck in some kind of loop. Hard to get him into this state though. They're both there, can't find. We've both gotten stuck over the top of each other there. I get myself, no, I can't get myself into that state. It's hard to get him back into this looping state. It seems to happen up in his top corner. There we go, he's in it now. Thing is, he does eventually always recover. I wonder if it's fine, you know. So if this comes down that it got cancelled, meaning it couldn't change the attack state to attacking. Because we couldn't find the target, that means he does have to fail it. He does have to fail it. So we kind of like, we do need to do the finished, but we want a cancel reason. So I think what we're going to do here is just do standard optional ready state cancel reason like that, and then on enter we just basically do cancel reason.reset like that, and then we're going to go cancel reason equals e.reason and then we're going to say, and then we just post it like this. So if we get it, we're finished. We just go if cancel reason equals fail to find target. We have to return failed. Or just fail behavior state. Also return success. If it failed to find a target, we have to fail it because he couldn't do his attack. This one he just failed for another reason, so we just finish the attack and say it worked. Because this just means he can go to his next node on the graph there. Okay. And then we'll probably just leave it at that, really. Ugh. And I'll move on to something else. Handle pathfinding of NPCs in different rooms to the player. What do we even want to do with that? So that's if we're not in the same room, do we actually want to call the pathfinder? Yeah, I think we probably do, you know. So I'm actually going to delete this. And we'll say that this week is done. Even though it's only Thursday, but I'm not in tomorrow. So that means we can work on some of these to-dos. Don't really want to do any of these bugs, to be fair. Put all the controller types in a list. Automate that, so that's kind of the same thing. If you remove const from binary serializer, that would be quite a big job. What happens to NPCs aboard the monorail when the game is saved? What happened to NPCs amid fast travel when the game is saved? Remove max entity states. That might be a good one to do. It's quite straightforward. Ooh, look, we got a crash straight away. Tell you what I might do. This might be nice. Is I might have a improved NAT step filter. Because I think we're at a stage now where we can do this. We're trying to do both of these things. I'm not sure why the game crashed. I'll rebuild it there. Yeah, we'll improve the NAT step filter. So libbm has in it a NAT step filter. Which has basically got nothing in it. To remind myself how to do this. So this NAT step filter is like, don't step into this code, which is good. How come like none of these work? Like there's the schema there, and it's just, there's nothing there. Let's have a look. See if there's anywhere else. Schema. How do you spell schema? It's not schemia. Schema. Is the schema even published anywhere? Don't think so. Okay, so let's just run this for a second with this last change in and check we haven't broken anything. Doing this type of thing. Oh, look, we have broken something there. Loading an asset. Dest is null. Gigantic count value. So it's reading the engine condition set that it doesn't like. So this, what is actually reading? A brain. So let's just rebuild the brains. Yeah, that's fine. Just need to rebuild the asset. Okay. So he's gone straight away right up there. Let's just see if I can catch him. Right in the corner. He seems to be dealing with it fine at the moment. Yeah, I think it's totally fine. All right, so let's work on this NAT step filter stuff. We're not going to do it in this Visual Studio solution though, not at least for this NAT step filter. We'll do it in here, which is just a little test solution I have just for libbm, which is a support library. So NAT step filter. Apparently base pointer, no step into. Strong pointer, no step into. Okay. Let's do this. So let's do auto A is SA. Let's see if this nat step filter is working. Yeah, that is working. Weak pointer. So it's working there, right? Let's actually go back into the engine and see if it's working in there, because I'm sure I've been stepping into these pointers. That is working. All right. So that one's working. That's fine. So we will do global temp arena allocator. Global heap allocator. String view. String view base. Do VM string base. Okay. Let's check that the strings and the views are working. Let's check in string 16 is working. So end string doesn't seem to work. So string base works, end string doesn't work, which is a string base. Wonder why. That is a strange behavior. So string does work. Must be because it's templated. So string is the same, except it comes from exactly the same. So that's string base global heap. That's end string base global heap. Probably because it's templated. We'll find out anyway. And now it doesn't work. Does that mean we have to put string in? Oh look, we've missed out function. Let's try that now. Yeah, okay, that works. End string 16. Yeah, so they all work now. So auto b equals view in. Great. Okay. So let's now do array base. So I'm going to go array s. S is no, it's just array even. Cool. What else do we want? We want hybrid storage. We'll do hybrid lambda first. What does that come from? Hybrid lambda base. So hybrid lambda 32 void int. So we'll just do logline. I don't know if logline's actually in this solution. Yeah, it seems fine. So we want hybrid lambda base. So let's just do L2. Okay, now it doesn't, that's interesting. It doesn't actually step into the lambda. Which might be what we want. Not sure. What would be nice is it for it to actually step into it. Like standard function does. So how does that work? It's clever because mine won't actually step in. Oh, it does. It does. That's awesome. I just pressed the wrong button. Oh, no, it's because of the blooming breakpoint there. So it doesn't. Let me just check the standard function again. It does. How does it do that? See if anyone else has. How does standard function step into that step filter? Step into specific. Step into specific, which is useful in current lines. Nope. So not step. So I just do not step filter. Standard function. VS. Do I have VS step filter? Visual Assist. Debug. VS step filter. What's the difference between that step filter and VS step filter? Well, don't think that's white. How does this work? How does it do this? Okay, so where is the default nut step filter? Visualizers. Default nut step filter. That's not it. So another nut step filter for concurrency. So interestingly, it doesn't have any of the string stuff. That's probably because not JMC. Default not JMC. None of these schemas are even blooming there. SDL.mat.viz. This is not really what I want. Have a look at the function. So let's just search here for nat step filter. There's an XSD file, that might be what we want. Yes, here we go. This is exactly what I want. So there's step into as well. Steps into a matched function as it would normally to override. So we've got function name action, and then we can also put in a step filter. Each function match stepping action. Nobody seems to use them. Not step filter for standard function. Does anybody know how that works? And be okay, how's it going? Oh, nice one. Glad you got it working. 400k in release. Brilliant. That's awesome. I'm just working on like cleaning up. Have you heard of nat step filter before? Cleaning up all like the debugger, Visual Studio. Doing some reading because I have no idea. Yeah, so it allows you to not step into certain functions or classes. So the debugger won't step into anything to do with arrays. So when you're debugging, you don't have to like keep constantly stepping into things. So I'm just like neatening that up, really. See if there's, well, yeah, this is more of a Visual Studio thing, but yeah. How to use standard function. Yeah, this is just an example. So for standard functions, just like capture some code in a variable and then just call the code over and over again with different arguments. That's all it is, really. So I capture it in the variable L and just call it with different arguments and just printing it out as I go. But what I'm interested in is, so it uses this NAT step filter or something. So when I want to step into this, right, it bypasses all the standard function junk and it just goes straight to the call. Now I have my own version of standard function called lambda, right, or dynamic lambda. Well, I'm working on the hybrid lambda. But when I want to call in, it doesn't call in. It doesn't, like the debugger doesn't. So if I step into this function, because it's got NAT step filter on it, it doesn't actually go there, which goes to the next line. It still prints it out, so it's still executing it. And I just want to know how standard function manages to do that. On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad practice is that? Raw function pointers. Raw function pointers are totally fine. There's nothing wrong with using them. The only difference here is I can store stuff here, which you can't do with a raw function pointer. I can put stuff in here and it'll store it in this kind of capture in L. So I can refer to it in here, you know. If you do a normal, if you want to create a thread or something, you normally have to pass like a void pointer to all of the things you want to use in the thread. Well, it gets around that because you just pass it in there as well instead. I don't think you can pass 2, 3, 4. I think they have to be left on side variables, but whatever. Each first item is the object of the state. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so you pass it in this way instead. Yeah, so like a void pointer or whatever. Whereas this is a little bit more strict. You can define how you want to pass it in. You can pass it in by reference or by value. You can pass them in as const values if you want, so you can't actually modify them in this block. It's just a little bit more strict. Use it for your scroll bar. Oh, cool. Nice one. I hope all that's going all right. Is there anything about standard function in there? No, it's just searching for function. I think I just need to do this. There's no information at all about how Visual Studio does this. Handle. When the scroll box is clicked, my system captures the mouse. Yeah. Yeah, so like a callback. Yeah, I mean you probably do it a lot. What you got yours is an event driven UI, if I remember rightly. Cool. Maybe it's because it's using a separate thing. So if I do something like and we just did s.hello, what would happen here? Oops. Doing the same for text. Ah, cool. Keeps cursors and I-beam. Yeah, cool. I never actually implemented I-beam on mine. Yeah, nice one. For the game, I am going to do a bunch of work on cursors, because you can actually, if you're dragging and dropping inventory items around and they've all got icons, what you can do is you can, to make the game feel nice, you can, like, when you're dragging an icon out of the inventory, you can actually make it the cursor, like the icon is the hardware cursor, and that's really nice then. So it's as responsive as the hardware cursor. So I'll probably do a lot of stuff with icons. But yeah, I didn't do the I-beam for text boxes. I don't think I got there. Nice one. So if I step into this, it does go to hello. So that's how they've done it. I think that's right. Is that right? It might not actually be right, because I had a breakpoint there. No, it's not right. That's not how they've done it. I'll have to ask someone on stream when they come in. Make a text editor, there's many lines. I'll take some. Same handling. Yeah. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, try and reuse a lot of the stuff you've already written. That's a good idea. No idea how they do that. That's crazy. And there's no information on the internet. How does standard function Visual Studio Debugger step into standard function? Is this a video? No. So this is old. With hints, annotating the SEL. Just gonna have to watch this, I think. It's not a proper video anyway. To fix it, we use a debugger feature to control single stepping behavior by annotating the STL code with hints about the calls directly to. Yeah, I've got finishing the font stuff today. Yeah, so you made a switch like a toggle. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's what I do as well. Glyph range. Do you think hash map is fine for retrieving glyph info? You don't have ranges. You should just be able to. Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to just go character to glyph info on a map. Unload the glyphs that the game uses. Okay, yeah. Can't remember how I look at my glyphs. Actually, I'll show you how I do it. Drawstring. So we've got the text that we want to draw. We call get glyph. So we go through each character in the text, right? So this is just like W char underscore T. We call get glyph. Oh yeah, because I hold ranges, I can just put it all in an array and look it up by just subtracting the start of the range. You can't do that if you've got sparse stuff. Yeah, put it in a map then, yeah. But if there's not many glyphs, you could put it in an array and just search through the array. Just linearly search through the array to get the glyph information. That would be fast as well, if there's not many. That might be even faster than doing a map, possibly. We annotated with hints to the debugger that made this behavior. It says we annotated it, and they didn't tell you how they did it. I have done this before. I can't remember how I did it though. I have to test it, yeah. Don't know the exact input sizes. Yeah. I just build glyph sheets. So all the glyphs get put on one texture for one, I think it's for one size, for one range. So I define the range, like the Latin range, and then I build a tile sheet for it with all the glyphs in it. I think that's how I do it. And then you just load that. It's only very small because it's only 8 bits. So you just, I mean, well, the normal font rendering is 8 bits. Obviously the LCD one's actually full color, but so it's only a small texture. And then I have one for each size, I think. Not generated at runtime. Yeah. Use 8 bits. Yeah, I don't generate mine at runtime either. Just generate them when they change, I'll regenerate them. Well, they've got this thing called debug functional machinery. Why didn't they update? Just my code. Oh, right. Here we go, configuring just my code for additional third-party libraries. This is default not JMC. This is how they do it. Okay, so I need to actually make, so I've got that JMC somewhere. So I need to make my own that JMC file. How long does it take to do at runtime? Usually to generate the glyph sheets, you mean? So if I needed to regenerate them all, it takes a really long time. It takes probably like a few minutes, or maybe like 2 minutes. But I've made no real attempt to make it fast though. Could speed it up quite a lot if I wanted to. But it's just written like single threaded, just generate one glyph after another, you know, and then pack it all up into the texture. "30 milliseconds to generate the glyph sheets." Yeah, well, yeah, I'm generating a lot of stuff, a lot of fonts though. A lot of sizes and a lot of styles, a lot of glyph ranges. It does take a long time. It's actually, I don't really know what is the slowest bit. I think it's rendering the SDF fonts out is the slowest bit. So an easy way to get around having to do it all the time is to put them into a tile sheet, save that to disk as an asset, and then you would have like an asset kind of list file which has got like the file name and a hash code, and the hash code is the hash of the data. Or it could even be not the hash of the data, it could even be the write time. Well, how would you do it? You need, oh, so the way I think I do actually is not with the file. I have a definition. So I have these definitions, which is just C++ code. So what it does is it just checks if this definition changes, and if it does, it regenerates the file. I think that's how it works. So it keeps it kind of like only generate if it changed type thing. And obviously, and so I just like hash these asset definition, whatever that happens to be. This just gets like hashed because this is just flat. Well, I thought it's not flat, but I explain how to hash it. So then all you got to do is you got to just check that this has not changed. And if it has changed, you remake the sheet. Made on boot and then keep it. Yeah, yeah. And if it's only taking 30 milliseconds, that's fine, isn't it? That's not very long. Okay, so I need to make a JMC, not JMC file. My own, not JMC file. User profile, documents, Visual Studios, visualizer. It's a shame it's not part of the Visual Studio solution. I haven't gone that far. Oh, right, okay. Packing recs. If you're making a tile sheet, packing recs can be quite slow. It's like an NP hard problem, isn't it? So it's slow. I believe it's a trial and error style problem. So you've got to test loads. It depends if you want the smallest texture. You could just pack them all and not really care. Just fit the biggest one, then then fit the next biggest one, then fit the next biggest one. STB actually do a rect packing library, I think. So you could just use that if you want to make tile sheets out of your glyphs. So user profile. What is user profile? It must just mean my user name. Users must mean this. So we want documents, Visual Studio 2017. I suppose that's Visual Studio 2022 now. Visualizers. So you make it in here. You make it in here. I've lost where I was looking. .NAT JMC. So we're going to do you just going to keep it as a text document though, isn't it? So we're going to do documents, visualizers, just all files. libbm.nat gmc. Texture be reasonable size. Well, you'll end up with lots of little tiny textures. Here's the thing about, so you'll end up with lots of little tiny textures, one for each glyph. And if you're using GPU, that wastes a lot of space because you have to align textures to quite large boundaries. If you're using CPU, it's probably fine. But you need to, usually you would take all those tiny little glyph textures that are only a few pixels in area, and then you pack them together into a tile sheet. And the packing together needs some kind of rect packing algorithm. And you can use STB rect pack if you want. Which is specifically for this. Use that. That's specifically for that kind of problem. Or you can just use lots and lots and lots of different textures. But like I say, that's not great in terms of performance, really. Okay, so it's this, so we'll just copy and paste this in. And we've got function name. So you can do specific functions, specific modules, specific files. Just these relative names. So can we do BM? This low number of glyphs is low enough. If you're doing it on the CPU, it'd probably be fine. GPU, it'd probably be fine. You just have to align. GPU has quite strict texture alignment rules, and there will be a lot of empty space if you're doing a lot of glyphs, or even 50 glyphs. There'll be a lot of holes in memory for that. If you're worried about performance, you seem to be quite concerned with performance. Because you're timing, like, you know, timing things a lot. The most performant way to do it would be to pack it into a texture and have one texture that has all your glyphs in it. Okay. Hybrid lambda. How's that worked? Maybe I have to restart Visual Studio. No, it hasn't worked. Let's restart Visual Studio. Get it working, get it performant. Yeah, like all it will mean is you would just, so when you're supplying your UVs for your glyph, there'd just be a different set of UVs. So if you get it working with UVs of a unit rectangle, then if you do pack them, you just need to recalculate your UVs based on where they are in the packed texture. So it wouldn't actually, you'd be able to implement it not packing first, and then if you wanted to extend it to a packed texture by packing the texture and then calculating the UVs for each glyph. Alright, let's just take it out of the NAT step filter as well. Not done by some program that did it for you. Yeah. Well, STB rect pack's straightforward, I believe. If you wanted to actually have some code that packed your own rectangles. Like, I think it's only this. STBRP pack rects. It's only one call. Or maybe you have to do a init target as well. So you give it basically a bunch of these. So you convert your rectangles into these rectangles. Which are just like X, Y, width, height, or whatever. And you just put width and height in. And then it goes through and it just fills out the X, Ys for you. And then, you know, you have your bunch of rectangles with X, Y, width, height. So you calculate the bounds of all them. And then you create an image and then you write your glyphs into each of the rectangle locations. So it's quite straightforward. No, it's. I think it's fine. It's pretty straightforward. It's got all the documentations in the file. Just read it. Yeah, but it's quite straightforward. Okay, so that's not working. So you can't just do this. File name boost. Let's put it into this one that I know it's loading. Nope. Restart Visual Studio then. Yeah. STB is known for its ease of use. It's only one header file that you're just including. Nope. So that's not working. Okay, that's relative to the drive name by the looks of it. That looks like a drive to me. So we got C, Windows. Okay, so I need to go C, users, Ben. Where is the repos? C. C uses Ben source engine libpm. So this is well. Star. See if that works. Do I need a question mark? Oh, look at that. That worked. That worked. Right. So do we even need that step filter now? It's everything in libpm. That's so good. Okay, so let's now the fortunate thing is this is per machine. I'm gonna have to do this on my laptop as well. So I'm going to actually on the where are we? I might actually add a new item. dbm.nat.jmc, which is just this. And then I'm just going to put a little thing in here. Is that how you do a comment? I'll just do a comment. Exclamation point. Place this in there. It's a shame that are there macros for this, or I can just get, what do I need? Just the source directory or the actual user profile directory. I wonder if this would work. So I wonder if we can do this. Does this work? Well, that seems to work, but let's just restart Visual Studio just in case. Yeah, it does work. So let's put this in here. I want to say, I want to actually search for, can you put that GMC files in your solution? Should work, it says. Right. So let's now delete that and run it again. Doesn't work. So it needs to be next to your SLN file. Alright, I'm gonna have to take 2 minutes, go to the loo, I'll be back. Okay. So really, this needs to be deleted. And we need to open up the engine. So where's it gonna even put it? BM engine dot not JMC. This. So where did it put that? There we go. And it needs to go star. It needs to go out. And then the BM like that. So let's see if this works. Get this to build. This will be great. This will save a lot of time. See if this works. No. Just that. Nope. Okay, let's just restart Visual Studio. I obviously just want it to be relative. I want it to be a project thing that I can check into source control and stuff. Nope, doesn't work. Let's make it let's put that file back. How do I open the file? Open the... Obviously you can't do that. So it says it should work. Should be able to place it directly next to your solution, which I am doing. So it must just be not able to find it. Okay, that worked. That did not work. You'd think out and then in, and then in. Out, then in, then in. Doesn't seem to work for non-relative. For relative addresses there. That seems to work. Yeah, it goes straight into there. There we go, that worked. Awesome. So that's it then. Can't do that. It says you can't. Is this even working now? Yeah. So that does actually work, doing that. So I had before and it said it didn't work. Brill. Okay, let's check that in. And let's just have a debugging experience like this now that we have this JMC file and see what it's like. Yeah, let's test the for each type thing. Oh man, it's so good. So good, man. So if we send a callback, it goes straight to it. It goes straight to the callback. So I still might want to do a no step into array, because I noticed there when I was doing find, it was going through and doing, looking at all of the comparators, all of the comparison operators. It's not viz, not a step filter. So we'll take this. We'll make a navviz file. Lib, what is it? pm engine dot navviz. No, it's not a navviz. It's a nat step filter. And copy this. And we'll just have array in it. We want asset handle to be in there as well. Okay, so that didn't work for movement for the array. So this, that step filter doesn't seem to be working. So let's just relaunch that. It was in game state really. Whoops. There we go. No, it's empty. No, it's not working. It's just obeying the nat.jmc file, I think. Yeah, so that's not, so the nat step filter is not working if we have the JMC file. Let's have a look at the asset handle. Wherever we find, wherever we need to do that. It's the current level. So asset handle's not working either. Which is interesting because that is nothing to do with the actual JMC. That JMC has not got lib. So I wonder if this is even working. Set handle. Just take out the array. It might actually have worked. So it is going into the asset handle, but only in the comparator. Yes, I think that did actually work. Okay, good. So we will do game location. So we want to ignore really game location. And game region. And now at least we have a place that we can add more things that we want to ignore in. So let's look where we launched the game. Well, let's look for where we push a ready state event. So that's, we go to the behavior types, attack. So let's go here and we'll see what we get. So when it's just about to attack me, I'll do this, right? think NPC instance. And NPC on me. So that didn't work because we're going into NPC instance. Why that hasn't worked? Unless it needs restarting every time I change this file, which would be a shame. No, it's just not working. Annoying. Look at NPC on me. That's not working either. So neither of those are working. Why is it working on some things and not others? We could just exclude this entire file. So we want VM engine. Lib VM engine. NPC instance dot star. No, it's not libbm engine, it's sci-fi gardener. That doesn't work either. Because it's not libbm, that's libbm. This is BM engine. There we go. I don't actually think the NatViz file works. The NatStep filter file works. So we want game location as well. On get level. It's a game location didn't work. It's probably because game location is part of it's part of the BM engine like that. There we go. Brill. Then we can just, if you do ever want to get access to them, you can't even F12 into it though. Ooh, I'm not sure about that. Go to definition. Doesn't work if you do that. Go to keyboard, visual, v-assist. Go to implementation. So if we remove that and then go to declaration. That's crashed Visual Studio doing that. Oh dear. Restart. That takes a while, doesn't it? Yeah, I'm not sure I like that. Pops up a box. And it's quite slow. Okay. Yeah, that's much faster, the Visual Assist one. All right, cool. So I'm gonna stop messing with that now. Improve not to filter, done. Remove, well, I need a new list really of done to-dos. Whoops. What are we signed in? How do we make a new list? Add another list. Done. To-dos. Done, 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 done. So remove max entity states. That's the next thing on the list. For some reason set to 1024. Now we have to make sure that we're not actually using the fact that they're pre-allocated and never gonna grow. So we call on initialize. So let's just go run through these and check that. So here we go. We're passing this over. So this is because we're allowed to call on initialize on them. Because we're passing this is getting captured. Obviously you can't do that if we're going to move the memory around. We do have an on spawn. And the idea behind on spawn is that's called multiple times whenever you reload a game or anything. This is called just once. We could get rid of these and just have an on spawn. Which creates game instance events instead of game events. Or we could just say we're not going to have more than 1,000 entities. Oh yeah, we just leave it. Don't know really. You know, like the rest of them, just use game instance events. So what does uninitialize do? So it listens, it puts stuff like, it does this as well, where it listens for general entity events. I think I'm going to leave it. I think it's going to be fine. So we're not actually even going to do that to do. Put all the controller types in a list. So this is the idea that there are several places where we want to do things to all these controllers. If we were just in a list of controllers, we could just have gets for, like, reduce all this down. Might be nice. And it'd be like you would have get controller and you pass in the movement controller. It would take a lot of all this stuff out, wouldn't it? But we need arrays of all of these. Could have a look at that. Could have a look at that. So it'd be something like we'll go with it. So something like using gameplay controllers equals standard tuple basically all these. Like this. And then we could loop through them all together. I think that would be the way it would work. So how would we get an actual gameplay controller out? So it'd be like gameplay controllers, PCs. There's this thing called a standard visit. You have to do let's do template class controller the optref controller get controller ID like this. If const expert standard is same v t or your controller how would we return this then? For each type return. Can we return X? Returns the array actually. So it's actually select type. But it returns a reference rather than a pointer. So anyone using this? So this is select type array controller from GCS. And this now means requires type in tuple array controller gameplay controllers. And that is return so it's return select type find ID. So you do something like auto MC equals get controller movement controller ID. We'll probably put this if it goes to entity state types. So when we spawn, we create a movement controller. In type. So we will do something like select type. No, we'll do something like add controller. create controller. And then we want also class constructor args. So we probably want U64 ID and then constructor args. So we're going to be auto controllers equals select type array controller GCS, and then auto index equals controllers index of ID index is equal to controllers count index is equal to controllers dot in place standard forward constructor args else controllers index equals controller standard forward constructor args like that. And that is actually not even optional. All right. This is actually instance. So this would be something like auto MC equals create controller movement controller instance. Basically. And who denied? Yeah, that's it. Oh, that's it. Might be kind of a nicer way of doing it, to be fair. Whatever. Yeah, so we might actually might put this. It might actually do this. This looks quite good. So we call create controller. Or get controller. Get controller didn't work though. It's because you need to do ID. So you need a movement controller and a movement type. So this is actually instance movement controller type human. Let me get it. It's the same one. Yeah, I might do this then. This looks quite good. Alright, we'll take 2 minutes to have a cup of coffee and I'll be back and we'll actually implement this properly. So is there just, I wonder if there's any way to Just thinking of compile time. That means whenever we want to use controllers, we need to include all the controller files. So if we want to call get controller, I'm just thinking if there's any way well, let's just go for it. Let's just try entity. So let's add a new item called gameplay controllers. Then we want so we would ideally like to do this, but this means including all of the controllers in the header file. And this, one of the goals for this should be to actually decrease compile time. So can we do this? Just messing about here, really. Let's put this here. Include them all. want. What we kind of want is we want template class controller. Controller, create controller, ID, copy these over. Then we'll go for each type in G-game controller types. Using T, K, T of X, tackle type of X. We want the index as well. And we want to go if constexpr standard is same v controller and T, what we want to do is we want to actually pass this index down. So we want like a oh, so we could do this, but it means doing some casting. So we could do something like controller pointer that'd return some storage. And then we do result is equal to storage.ensure controller. Just try and wrap even. Wrap. So we could do something like this. Check that builds. We actually don't have this definition of this internal thing. Create controller internal. So this is hybrid storage. Here's the thing, we cannot actually pass down the constructor arguments. Okay, no probs. Just means that we have to include them all. Texture works, but the spacing in between the text is messed up. Yeah, it's a bit of a nightmare. Spacing font out just means all of these have got to be included here. Rather than in there. But whatever, it's fine. Could do standard span. Let's keep going, let's keep going. Let's just experiment with this a little bit more. No, I don't think it's going to work. All right, okay. Yeah, free type. Yeah, free type It was a few years ago since I wrote my font generator, I remember that. But you've got to do things like all the coordinates, all the the coordinates for the glyphs and everything. You've got to like multiply them by things and shift them down and generate glyph metrics in turn. It's the glyph metrics that you're having a problem with, because they determine like where to move to draw the next glyph and stuff. So you got to like shift them down by 6 and stuff like this to make them to work, to get them to work in pixels. It's all confusing. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's the advance. So the X advance, the advance X is how far let's have a look. So I think it may possibly be a bit more complicated than that, because it might be dependent on the glyph before. Glyph advance X. Doesn't actually appear to be. Oh, that's what the kerning does, doesn't it? So there's two. There's the glyph advance, which is like how far you've got to move before you draw the next glyph in both X and Y. And then there's the kerning. And the kerning is the thing which takes into account the previous glyph, so it can position it perfectly given the previous glyph, given what the previous glyph was. That allows to things like, say you have a T and you have an E, and you want E to be drawn underneath the T. I mean, maybe that works automatically anyway. But yeah, there's kerning. I don't know if I do kerning. I generally get, I'd get kerning data out of the file, but then I don't think I use it when I'm rendering. But you would do, if you're doing if you're doing a text editor, you'd probably want to do kerning. It didn't depend on the glyph before. Still looks okay. Yeah, I don't think I do. I don't think I depend on the glyph before. I don't think there's anything to do with kerning in here. No. But I do the kernings. Do have kerning tables in every single glyph. So you could do that. It will get you all the kerning information as well if you're wanting to do really accurate text. So we could do this, or we could do some fancy C++ to turn them into an array. So what would that be? The fancy C++ template class. Tuple size t eyes auto make tuple array. SOA const tuple t then you would have, that's not eyes actually, you would have template class tuple size t eyes auto make tuple SOA const tuple, keep writing type t standard index sequence. What would that be? Return standard make tuple array of standard get t get eyes of t dot dot dot. See that? And that is return make tuple SOA standard forward const tuple standard make index sequence standard tuple size tuple. Is it that? Is that real C++? I've actually done it in the wrong file. No, I haven't. Need to get that away. So if you make these const exp, And then we can do const expr auto gameplay controller arrays GC arrays equals make tuple SOA gameplay controller types. Is this gonna work? No. Oh. Tuple size v. Okay. So this, how do I get a tuple, get a type out of a tuple? Tuple element. Aha. So we don't even need this. Or this. Or this. Or this. This is standard tuple element T. Okay, so they can't be called the same thing anymore. We need to do tuple. And then we need to do tuple element T, index and tuple. Standard make tuple. This is just standard tuple. Can it be a function or an abstract class? That's because that's like that, I think. And it says expression did not evaluate to a compile time constant. Did it not? It's not. No, it's not a compile time constant. That is correct. So we want struct SOA tuple template class tuple SOA tuple using type I can't I'm in type type equals decal type of make tuple SOA tuple. And then const exp use template class tuple using SOA tuple T equals SOA tuple of tuple type. That's SOA tuple T game controller types. That's the arrays. That's fun. Okay, that actually builds. So we're going to do this. Well, we don't need to do that. This, I reckon we're going to put in the array class. It's kind of useful. And then here we're going to have using gameplay controllers equals, so if we include array, SOA tuple T gameplay controller types, like that. And we don't need this. Gameplay controller arrays. Okay. I'm just going to call this gameplay controllers. So we're going to have we might do gameplay controllers. It's just SOA tuple T of this. Is that allowed? That seems okay. We might call this to SOA tuple. Actually, we can make this even better. So this now is actually SOA tuple. Okay. And then gameplay controllers, get gameplay controllers. Okay. Invossi, hey, how's it going? You alright? So we can just say controller is in type gameplay controllers. Array of controller is in type gameplay controllers. Debugging. Oh yeah, cool. Oh no, you sprained your ankle. Oh no. Hope you get well soon, man. That's awful, sprain your ankle. I've done that a couple of times. I'm just messing about at the moment, really. I've got this thing now where I made this thing called an SOA tuple, which means that you put things into these and it makes arrays out of them all at compile time. Because I'm gonna like neaten up the controller kind of, rather than having like just controllers dotted all over in the game state. I'm just gonna have a list of controllers and then one system that works with them all, I think. And then when I have a new controller, all I do is just add it into here. Hopping on one leg. Yeah, man, it's painful. So this tuple in type V might actually not so what I want using tuple equals tuple like that. I can do this tuple. Has no member tuple. Apart from that one. It's probably because it thinks it's looking at this one. Let's get game controllers. See if that builds. Yeah, I'm about to have a bit of downtime from coding. It's summer holidays. I'll probably stream a couple of times a week, but I won't be doing it as much as I have been up to today. And then come end of August, early September, I'll kick it back off again. Okay, and let's get to this one. No such thing as GCS, because that's get gameplay controllers. Okay, so let's pull this one over here. And delete those. And include gameplay controllers. And see if we can use this new system. So far, so good. Nope. Get controller. So what's the problem here? Create controller. No matching overload. So this thing didn't work. By the looks of it. Why didn't that work? Ah, look. Because it's part of the underscore SAO tuple. SOA tuple. So this really needs to be standard tuple. And then this is gameplay controller types. And then we just need using gameplay controllers equals SOA tuple of gameplay controller types. Type. And this can be like this is just that. That seems to work. The question is, do we want to pass a tuple in there, or do we want to make a tuple there? Do we want to pass a tuple in there or make a tuple? We'll pass the tuple in like that. And that's just SOA tuple. That. Okay, let's see if this works. See what this looks like. So this comes up here. Oh, these are working. Now then, the question is with this SOA tuple, right? Why don't we call this a wrapped tuple? So it'd be like class wrapper. And this is the wrapper. Around, unfortunately. Yeah, we'll do it the other way. So it would be the wrapper. Hey, all right. How's it going?
All right, yeah.
Did Richard get home?
Palmer and Nina are coming round for half an hour because Matt's at their house at 4 o'clock. So.
All right. Okay. Yeah. 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 So we're gonna call this make wrapped tuple. I'm going to call this make wrapped tuple. Wrapped tuple. Wrapped tuple. It doesn't actually have to belong in the array now. PI common, it can go in there. And then here, you can say wrapped tuple array gameplay control types. Ooh. It doesn't seem to be able to pass that. Oh, you can actually have... Okay, so this is wrapper. You can't do that actually. It has to be an array of something. Take that back. You can't do that. That would be nice though. So it's just an array only thing. So we want this is template magic to make a structure of arrays for a component system. Gyratory. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, kind of. It's not for a well, it's kind of a component system, yeah, a little bit. So right now, I'm just messing about really. In the game state for the game, I've got all these types of controllers, and there'll be more, you know, movement controllers, animation controllers, and they're kind of like components, kind of. And then I have methods for them all, and you can see how like every time I want to add a new controller in, it means writing a load of stuff. Because I'm finding stuff to do that's not gameplay, because I've been doing gameplay for so long, for like the last 6 months. I thought in my to-do list I had, well, why don't we try and wrap all this stuff up into something else? So I have this thing called gameplay controllers, so you just add the controller in there basically. So whenever you have a new controller, we add the controller in there, and then we can just do so like create and get like that. So it just basically trying to like simplify is the wrong word, because C++ is not very simple. I suppose like make it so when I put a new controller in, all I've got to write the controller obviously, but all I've got to do is add it into this list, and then it's in the engine then. And then you can create them, use them, mess about with them, save them, do all that type of stuff. Boilerplate, remove it. Yeah, that's it. That's exactly it. Because I was just repeating the same patterns, you know. Just create one, get them all. Create one, get them all. So I can just basically, this will all eventually just disappear, which would be really nice. Yeah, I've had it on my to-do list for a while actually. These are the things that I've implemented when I've been doing the gameplay, you see, because each one of these is responsible. Because it's not really a component in the traditional sense. It's more like a gameplay component. It's responsible for a bit of gameplay. You know, like the combat, the behavior is like, yeah, that'd be great, thank you. The behavior is like how you want the NPCs to behave in the world and stuff like that, and the credit control is to do with shops and items and stuff. Yeah, it's cool. I'm only really messing about to see what I can come up with. It's just kind of fun. So what it does is it creates a tuple of all the controllers, and then I wrote this thing called SOA tuple, and then that makes arrays out of all of those at compile time, and these become the gameplay controllers. And then you can just select the gameplay controller you want. You can create one, and I'll do like a get the controllers. So the systems, yeah, kind of, yeah, the kind of systems. That's right. It's not a really a traditional entity component system. This engine, it has bits of that. So I have like an entity ID, which is an ID, and that links all these together, so that these are kind of components in that sense. But they're not just holding data. They do whole gameplay, whole bits of gameplay, yeah. But yeah, it's alright. It's alright. Stop coding C++. Yeah, it can be a bit of a nightmare to get rid of these compile errors, but I'm a little bit used to it. And we've got this like problem details window, which really helps with templates. And constexpr as well, like, will also, yeah, that's nice because it actually tells you, gives you different error messages, doesn't it? Which is nice. Compile time generated error messages. Put it in there. Yeah, no problem. No problem. Got any questions, just ask. It's fine. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. It allows you to drill down to like, because the error occurs never where the syntax error is. That's one of the big problems. So it allows you to like drill down into exactly where the syntax error is most of the time, which is nice. So the only downside with this is you got to include all the controls, not there. Here. which I am doing anyway in the old system. But it would be nice to get rid of this, having to include all the controllers in a header file. I don't think there's really a way around it, unfortunately. Right, so we want template, so we want this again. We want Dudley Zumbach Herbert. Thanks for the follow. That's a cool username, that. Thank you very much. Got any questions, just ask, no problem. And Jivatory as well, thank you very much. It's got me to my follower goal. Yeah, if you guys got any questions about the project or whatever, there's no problem, I'll answer whatever you want. Array controller. Well, let's do standard span controller. Depends, do you want to get a span or do you want to get the array? Because sometimes we do need to get the array out. Only when we want to. The only thing that actually needs to do that is the save system, because that actually empties the controllers out. We'll keep doing this. Get controller. And that's just return select type array of controller. Get gameplay controllers. Right, so that doesn't work, but it will. Guess it's not even const. It's not a member of any class yet. But we might put it in its own class. So now we can say auto MCs is get controllers movement controller. Okay, so I didn't build it. Let's see what happens anyway. It's really not working because it's stepping in when I'm trying to step over it. There we go. So that got the array of movement controllers out. That's a span anyway. So we need a way, because sometimes we want to get the actual array. So I think to make it simple, we do that. But actually we don't need to do this, because we could, if you want to actually get the array out, you could do auto MCs array equals get game controllers. Well, what would you get? What'd you do? You do select type array movement controller. Yeah, gameplay controllers. I want to make it more difficult because the only people that should be getting the actual array out is the game save and load system, because that actually empties the controllers. I have to rebuild this. It's not building the. So it's stepping in even though I'm trying to step over, which is a weird bug. And that gets it. But this MC's array is actually an array. So that's an array. This is a span. Okay, let's just rebuild all that. Okay, so we have separate storage now. Probably should wrap this up in some kind of class. Is that right? It's been a long day. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, my mind is kind of like sensitive to that because I've just today also done this, made this NatJMC thing, which is to do with like stepping into and stepping over functions and not going into the functions and stuff like that. So I was just a bit sensitive to it. I thought maybe I'd messed that up somehow. But yeah, that's good. Yeah, thank you very much. All right. So that's the array. So what I might do is put this actually in a class. Gameplay controllers. So we've got something here as. So I might rename this controller arrays, gameplay controller arrays. And then do this. And then these go in there. These go in there. And this thing kind of just disappears. I might rename this to SOA M controllers. And this is going to be called create. This is going to be called get. This is going to be called get as well. Okay. So let's just test that here. Gameplay controllers. And this is controllers dot create. Controllers dot get. Controllers dot get. So that's controllers, unfortunately. So might want to, oops. What we might want to do then is do something like SEO game controllers, SO8 game controllers, get controllers, return controllers, and that would be controllers.get controllers, which is obviously not great. I might rename this to like get arrays. Well, I just want this one to be not really part of controllers, of gameplay controllers. So you can get the raw array if you want to, but not directly through that. Alright, let's see if that still works. So what is actually size of controllers? $216. So it's size of 9 times 9 arrays. And an array is 24. Yeah, that's right. So my only concern there is what is optref? MC3. I want MC3. To be optional. It is optional. So obviously you might pass in an instance that doesn't have a movement controller. Okay. So the game state now include gameplay controllers, and we just make one of these in the game state now. Gameplay controllers. So actually there's one thing I actually want to do, and that's like a visit, so I can iterate them. So that'll be template class, well, whatever, callback. For each type in controllers, callback. I think I might just make this the right hand side. So let's put this back in. So we want to go controllers.visit. Got two X's there. Okay. So R, let's have a look at, is an array of movement controllers, an array of animation controllers, array of planting controllers, array of attribute controllers. So we could actually even do visit individual visit kind. Yeah, maybe. So this one would be, we could visit every single thing. So it'd be like for each type controllers. Or obinx cbob. You know what I mean? Visit every single one. Because they've all got ticks, for instance. So well, they could have ticks, so you could visit individually, and that'd be like ob, and you could do like if const expr has tick ob.tick, and that'll just tick every single one of them. Which might be quite nice. Don't know what a good name for that would be. Visit elements, maybe. Oh, that'd be nice. Visit elements. Call that E. And then we can say, like, if it's got a tick function, tick it. Or if it's got an initialize function, probably not initialize. Visit elements. I've got something else called ob, or something else called E. Have I? Cannot convert argument 1 from hero start on spawn lambda. Have I just forgotten to do that? Yeah. Has tick a type. Yeah, has tick. Yeah, so I could create a concept. Has tick. Create a concept to make sure that the type of E has a tick. Yeah, yeah. I do that quite a lot in a bunch of things. If I can find any. Has NPC instance. So you write these concepts, and the concepts like can cull out areas of code at compile time. It's like you know, if doing a hashtag if, but you can actually probe into the code to see if it's true or false. It's quite good. So I could probe into the code and see if it has a tick, then tick it, basically. And it's compile time, so it will compile out the whole kind of part of that for loop, because it resolves to nothing eventually. It which resolves to like nothing being called. The whole thing gets compiled out, so it's good optimization as well. Whereas if you did it through like a virtual function, it wouldn't get compiled out. You'd have to call the base class version of it. Do you know what I mean? There we go. So this is the movement controller in theory that I've just made. Yeah, so E is a movement controller, and that's all there is. There's nothing else in there. That's pretty cool. Good. Is there anything else? I do want the visits because that would be nice, but that's probably it really. So now rather than going through the game state to get the movement controller, we'd have to do get controllers. Well, leaving them as like free functions might be quite nice rather than putting them in here. Obviously, it means renaming them all. Be like create gameplay controller, get gameplay controller. It means you could only ever have one set of controllers, but that might be fine. You know, what I don't want to do is like have to go like game state dot get controllers, which isn't the function called get controllers yet. Controllers. I can't type today. Dot get. Don't want to have to do that. So I could do that. Which is a bit rough, really. Whereas if they were free functions, I could just call them. Or I could. I don't really want to wrap the whole thing again. Yeah, I'll probably do that. I'll just check what I've got in. Actually, no, I'll do it like this. I'll do it like this. Could have a global really, so I could have like G controllers like this. And then it wouldn't actually even be in the game state anymore, which I'm also a fan of, really. So now this would be like, keep deleting this. I should really just delete it when I've finished what I'm doing. Ugh. G controllers. Just have one of them. You can make more of them. You could make more of them if you wanted to. something like that. So we may as well write this has tick concept. So does the move controller have a tick? I don't think it actually does. Some of them do. Combat controller has a tick. So it's going to be template class controller requires, and then we're going to go concept controller as tick. C.tick. Names void like that. And then we could do void tick. So we could go visit elements. Don't really need this, to be honest. And we could say using T so this will get the actual type of T. And we can say if context bar controller has tick e.tick. So what we'll do now here is we'll tick it. Shall not have the associated constraints. What's the problem? How else have I done this? If it's this it doesn't like. So I think maybe you have to do it like this, possibly. All right, cool. That's E. Right. This is not const. Okay, so now in where we're testing it here, we're going to go G controllers tick. Now nothing should actually tick because the movement controllers don't have tick. But we'll make another one, another type of controller that does have a tick in it, the combat controller. I think that's working, isn't it? It did call down to the tick and didn't do anything. The only thing is Visual Studio is not great at visualizing tuples. I mean, you can see there, it restarts at 0. Whereas this should just go straight up, but whatever. So let's make a combat controller. So that's straightforward. So we're going to go G controllers, create combat controller for the instance. And that does tick. So let's see if we actually can tick that controller. There we go, combat controller tick. Brilliant. That's it really. Another thing is some controllers require Well, do any controllers require initialize? If I can spell initialize. Depends if controllers need to be initialized somehow. I think they get initialized through the constructor. I think that's how this all works. So that's totally fine. And then we want, of course, empty. Yeah, maybe we want do we want empty? We do, because when we reload the game, we empty the game, which empties all the controllers out to create new ones. So this is just visit. No, it's just not const either. X.empty. Right, I'm gonna have a 2-minute break. The next job, unfortunately, is the actual refactor of everything, which it's going to take absolutely ages because there's lots of get movement controllers and all this. So we're going to have to completely break everything to put it all back together again. But that's awesome. Right, 2-minute break. Be back soon. Alright. So what we're going to do, maybe, is do one controller at a time. I think that'll be easier. And do all of them together. So let's just check in, make a starting point, in case we have to go back. So we'll just do the movement controllers first then. So, game state. I'm going to remove the movement controllers. And I'm also going to remove that. This will create a lot of compile errors. We're also going to remove all of them. And we may as well just build this and just let the compiler find all of the things we need to take out. Right. Get playable character movement. So we need to forward declare movement controller. And we do need to include it in here. Controllers. Okay. So what I'm going to do is swap to using a different build. And then I can, fortunately with the other build, the errors don't display in the error list. This is good because I can just F4 through all the errors. Okay, so this is getting the movement controller for this NPC ID. So we're just going to go G controllers, get movement controller. There's going to be a lot of that. We will. Copy that. So empty game. This does G controllers empty. Save current. So this is G controllers, get movement controller. Oops, don't want to do that build, that's a massive build. Do this one. I only want to build this one file. G controllers to get movement controller. Get movement controller, so that's G controllers. Should have that there. Get there and there. Hang on a sec. Check that we've not been putting in this. Okay. Create movement controller, get movement controller, get movement controllers. They're gone. Right, there we go. So that's that file sorted. Unfortunately, we're going to have to... This build has not been running a while. We'll just swap back to the other one. Okay, so this is in debug draws. We've got a few here now that we can. This is get playable character movement, undefined type movement controller. Okay, so let's check that builds. Here, this doesn't build. Undeclared identify NPC instance. Okay. That goes to like that. Goes to like that. There we go. Doesn't know about G controllers, so we need to include here gameplay controllers. Awesome. Keep going then. Animated rig type. Okay, so let's just search for all these. Search for get movement control. It's only 2. G controllers. Get movement controller. Okay. Not movement controller. Gameplay controllers. Whoops. All right, on to the next one. This is G controllers. Get movement controller. Need to include it. Include gameplay controllers. G controllers. Get movement controller. Okay. So we've got create movement controller. This is our first create. So you have to pass in a location as well. So I'm just going to go MC set location. So I know that location is not actually part of the constructor. Create it at the origin. So this is G controllers. Create movement controller, and that gets the MC out. That. Same here. Auto MC equals G controllers create movement controller. We want to set the position, set the location. To the location. copy this. It's almost the same. No, it's not. So this is gcontrollers.get movement controller. It's a Spidean. And that should finish up this file. Very good. All right. So this is gcontrollers get probably need to include it. We'll see. We'll see. We do. So let's include gameplay controllers there. Can't do that. So this is gcontrollers get controller. Monorail. So we need to include it. Got included 3 times. I think that is not correct. What is going on there? There we go. I think that is a bug actually. In Visual Assist it starts putting include files in. So it doesn't even include its own header file. Delete that. Alarm, 10 more minutes. I don't think we're going to get all these movement controllers done in the last 10 minutes. We'll see. All right. I'm going to include gameplay controllers. Okay. Ooh. We need to include gameplay controls here as well. Game. Initialize pathfinding. Identifier not found. That's in A star. Don't know about movement controller. So gameplay controllers here either. All right. Select the right build. Awesome. Breadmont says, hey, how's it going? Joined a game jam. Game jam. Nice one. Enjoy. Enjoy. Yeah, let us know how it goes. I'm going to be off stream a little bit more over August. I'm not going to be streaming as much, but I should be streaming like a couple of times a week. Just because it's summer holidays. Yeah. See you later. Alright, we'll get this file going, then I'm going to have to head off because I'm going to pick my kid up from school. Nice one. Okay, so this has a problem with the cancel reason. We just need to forward declare that, I think. And we need to include gameplay controllers. Okay. Whoops. G controllers. Get movement controller. Alright, if this builds, I'm going to have to head off. But yeah, good stream. Yeah, so usually, apart from August and the rest of July, I stream 5 days a week. Monday to Friday. August, 2 days a week. Or an afternoon and a full day. But yeah, kids break up from school tomorrow, so I'm going to be at home a little bit more. But yeah, it was a good stream, and hopefully catch you during the summer sometime. But yeah, thanks very much. See you later.